Hello, everybody. How are we today? I hope Monday's treating everyone well. All right, we're going to pick up where we left off. I did mine yesterday. My thanks for coming, Cornell. 'Tis no urgent matter. I was but wondering how Hustine's progress. Tell me, how fares her training? Oof, I'm sorry, Kaylee. So you have met her father. In his day, Motogrons was a dragoon of no small renown. He served Ishgard with valor until he took a grievous wound and was forced to hang up his lance. As Justinia herself told you, she follows in her father's footsteps. From the first, she exhibited tremendous potential. In all ways, she was Justinian's equal, and the rivalry they shared raised both of them higher. Alas, the eye chose Justinian, and not her. Since then, she has taken to training with fervor, which borders on self-punishment. It is well to strive for greater heights, but a dragoon must never lose sight of his conviction. It is the only thing that shields us from the dragon's wiles. So I beg you, keep watch over Justine. By your shining examples, see to it she never forgets what it means to be a dragoon. Think the fury are here. But moments ago, we received word that Graoli's horde is advancing on Ishgard. Even as we speak, Justine prepares to go and meet them in the field. Alas, with most of the dragoons absent on another mission, I fear she sorely wants for lances. I would have you lend her yours, Cornell. Pray make haste to the congregation and join her. Okay. I do not have the patience to figure out the controller controls right now. Actually, we could just teleport, couldn't we? And I'm doing my best not to make a joke at how you phrased that, Kaylee. Cornell, you've come to aid us. This improves our chances tenfold. Fair, fair. And you did it again. You're putting the innuendos in there on purpose now. Allow me to thank you as well, Master Cornell. I am but a worried father, and it gives me heart to know that the Azure Dragoon shall fight beside my daughter. Though my training is far from over, the situation will brook no delay. We must head off Garuli and his horde before they reach a populated area. It shall be my honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The experience alone will teach me much. Of that I have little doubt. Promise me you will be careful, Hastine. Take no unnecessary risks. Do you understand me? Remember, the dead cannot serve their nation, and what Ishgard needs above all are brave souls like you to protect her. Worry not, father. I swear I will return to you. See that you do, my child. Now, before you go, there is something I wish you to have. The Lance Peregrine. It is yours now. Why, this lance was bestowed upon your forebearer by the Archbishop himself. I am no true child of yours, yet you would entrust me with the family treasure. I will not betray your faith in me, father. With this lance I shall strike down Garuli and protect Ishgard. Hastine, it is time. It has been a while, my friend. I had the honor of overseeing your training when you were but a fledgling dragoon, and I shall be honored to fight beside you. Comrades, at last report, Garuli and his horde had gained the Western Highlands. We shall lie in wait for them at the pike, with me. Master Cornell, may I have a moment? Each time I see my daughter off on a mission, we dance the self-same dance. I tell her to be careful, and she promises to do so, but I know her all too well. Hastine burns to distinguish herself in battle, that she might repay me and my lady, wife, a perceived debt. I fear that one day that desire will cloud her judgment, and she will not come home. And so I beg you, pray, watch over my daughter. Cornell, already we've suffered heavy losses, and that was but the first wave. They come, brace yourself. Stay sharp. That was but a taste. That is a lot of dragons. Something big is coming. Da-ba-da-joo. That is a big dragon. Let's take out its little friends first, though. There we go. That was the last of them, yet Growly is nowhere to be seen. Were the reports mistaken? Such a price we have paid, only for our quarry to elude us. So you finally show yourself. What is she? Steen, no! By the Fury, this is a disaster. I know not how to say this, but Hastine, strong as she is, she cannot have survived that. Here, I discovered this in the aftermath. 'Tis a fragment of her armor. It must have broken off during the battle. Pray see it to her father's hands. Knowing him, he will be at the congregation awaiting his daughter's return. Really leaving me with a job to go tell the next of kin? One second. I need to check something. Okay, I need to check a setting. System configuration, graphics settings. Master Cornell, what has happened? Where's my daughter? This scrap, a piece of her armor? But why bring it to me? No, no! I refuse to believe that Hastine is gone. It is too early to know for certain. Tell me everything that happened. Everything. So she leapt upon the dragon, piercing its hide, after which the creature carried her westward. If none saw her fall, it means she may have managed to safely dismount. There is hope still. If Hastine is out there, I shall not rest until I find her, Cornell. I trust I can rely upon your aid. Let us speak further at the observatorium. Excuse me. Bum bum ba 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 bum. Without further ado, let us consider a course of action. As Matagans dares to hope, if Hastine was not shaken off Graoli's back, there is a chance that she yet lives. She will have ridden the dragon until such time as she saw an opportunity to dismount. The question is where. The worst possible outcome is that she has been taken deep into dragon-ruled lands, far away from her allies. While I pray that is not so, we must be prepared for anything. Hastine is one of our very best, and Ishgard can ill afford to lose her. For the nation's sake, and that of her father, let us find her and bring her home. I will track Ruli's movements in order to ascertain Hastine's location. Like as not, the search will take us into the heart of enemy territory. Pray, keep your lance arm honed, for we shall soon have need of it. Okay, that's a passive that I gained. There it is, Finging Claw. Seems your training proceeds apace, Cornell. Would that I could say the same for our search of Hustine. With heretic activity on the rise as of late, our forces are stretched thin. The Temple Knights have not the men to spare for the search effort, but that is as it may, we are not without leads. A short while ago, a peculiar report arrived from the front lines. In a recent skirmish between our knights and a band of heretics, one of the enemy was wielding a lance bearing a striking resemblance to the peregrine. The lance is a treasure belonging to Hustine's family. If the reports are true, these heretics now have it. However, the villains came to possess peregrine. 'Tis more than likely that they now know something of Hustine's fate. If we can find them, we may yet find her. West of Camp Riversmeet is in the Western Highlands. A regiment of knights hunts the self-same band of heretics we seek. I would have you join them, Cornell. It is our best hope for a clue. Going to Camp Riversmeet, I need to go to that small path just next to the bridge to go down to the riverbank. Pardon me. Bum ba ba bum ba 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 bum. Sir Alberic sent word that you would come. The heretics retreated through yonder pass, the man with the lance, Peregrine, among them. Our forces are giving chase even as we speak. Needless to say, we should be grateful for the Azure Dragoon's aid. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to clean my glasses. They're smudged, and that's going to make me strain my eyes. Uh, up, huh? Found myself thanking you often of late, Cornell. When I leapt upon Growly and pierced his hide, the creature responded by soaring and attempting to shake me off. 'Twas all I could do to hold on to the shaft of my lance. As we had climbed, I could not safely dismount, and so I bided my time, waiting for the next moment to jump clear of my unwilling mount. Alas, the beast had other ideas, and it bore me straight into the heretic's midst, and I was swiftly overwhelmed and divested of my weapon. What? It was the sighting of Peregrine that led you here? 'Twould seem my forefathers watch over me. Hear me, Cornell. The man who took my lance is the leader of this band of heretics. Well, that lens wipe did jack all to clean my glasses. I overheard the guards say that he was departed to meet with the leader of yet another group. In all likelihood, they are plotting a large-scale assault on the Holy See. The Temple Knights must be warned. You must bear word to the congregation, that we might bolster our defenses. No, I cannot return with you. There is a task I must needs attend to. Should someone ask whence this information came, tell them that you wrung it out of a heretic, and tell them that I fell in battle. I know full well I ask much of you, but it pains me to deceive my father. But I have no choice. Whatever you might think of my request, believe me when I say that I remain firm in my purpose. 'Tis nothing, but took a glancing blow to the chest. I must go now, as must you. When you return to the congregation, deliver my message to Sir Handaloo. Please take care of my comrades and my father. Hastine slain? I cannot believe it. To lose one of our best while Garoli's shadow looms over us still. But we must deal with each threat as it comes. First, we prepare for the heretics. I thank you for alerting us to their plan. Now, loath though I am to place this burden upon you, Matagain must needs be informed of his daughter's passing. He has gone to meet Sir Albrecht at the observatorium. Pray, bear the news to him. Ah, Master Cornell, have you learned aught of my daughter's whereabouts? What? Slain? No, it cannot be. I am sorry, my friend. Hastine is one of Ishgard's finest dragoons. She would not fall to the common heretics. This must be some kind of mistake. Yes, a terrible mistake. What? Hastine chose not to return? I know not what compelled her to act as she did, but it is enough for me that she is still alive. Thank you for giving me this hope, at least. To those who do not know her, it may well appear as though Hastine has deserted, but I believe I speak for us all when I say that she would not forsake her vows, let alone her people. Indeed, you do, Sir Albrecht. However inexplicable my daughter's actions may seem, I will not cease to believe in her, no matter what it takes. I will find her and bring her home. Oh, damn it. I didn't want him going out after her. Matun puts on a brave front, but I fear the weight of worry may prove too much for him to bear. Yet another reason to find Hastine with all haste. Now it seems plain that she means to go after Growly and recover Peregrine. And while these objectives alone do not explain her decision to leave, they reveal to us where she is likely to be. I shall track down the leader of the heretics, the man who has Peregrine. You, meanwhile, must continue dedicating yourself to your lance work. The trials of recent days have made you stronger, but I sense that the greatest tests are yet to come. See to it that you are fully ready to face them. Okay, what does this do? Deliver an attack with potency of 260, 300 when executed on target's flank. Can only be executed while under the effect of Fang and Claw bared. Granted by full thrust. Alright, so I want this to be... It's 7. No, it's an attack, so I want it earlier, so let's put it there. Swap those two around. That's a heal, so put that there. Take this off the board. Put this here. Alright, that works for me. Sir Albrecht, okay, so we move on. You come at a good time, my friend. I have tidings to share regarding the heretics we pursue. They call themselves the Bloodbearers, and their leader is a man named Mathenian. He and his minions are all capable of assuming the form of dragons. Such a transformation is possible by partaking of dragon blood. I dare say you have borne witness to it, and it grants the individual unholy strength. Though the sanguine substance is precious, the blood-bearers have access to an abundant supply owing to their pact with Grauli. That is why they have been able to offer our forces such a fierce resistance. Now, my sources tell me that the blood-bearers have been sighted in the Chocobo Forest. If Hastine means to reclaim Peregrine, as I believe, that is where she will go, and so must we. Pray meet me at Tailfeather. We shall begin making inquiries around the settlement. Tailfeather? Oh, it's in I gotta go to Dravania. Oof. Which part of Korthus is this that goes to Dravania? Okay, so from Falcon's Nest. Wait, which Dravania? Okay, the northern one. Okay. Never thought I would see that as a mount. A flying saucer abduction. Through the riverbed. I'm guessing. That's what it looks like. Ba-da-ba. Took the liberty of speaking with some of the locals before you arrived. They said that strange merchants have been acquiring goods in prodigious quantities. It seems to me the bloodbearers are replenishing their stores. Let us split up and scour the area for these so-called merchants. Should someone strike you as suspicious, confront him and engage his reaction. The Chocobo Forest is pretty. Look at the sheen in these feathers and the strong stray legs. He'll make me some good coin at the markets, I'd wager. Shady merchant. One of the sea's dogs? You ain't taking me alive. Okay, it's part of the combo string. Alright, so goes there, goes there, that goes there. Alright. The one suspicious fellow I approached was an honest chocobo breeder. How fared your search? Attacked by a false merchant. And you say you found this sliver of parchment upon the man? Bears a message ciphered in a manner favored by the heretics. Thankfully, I'm versed in it. There is to be a meeting a short way south of here. Let us go there at once. I'd say the graphics update did a lot for the game. It looks fantastic. Cornell, why are you here? And why is Sir Elbert here? Rest assured, your secret is safe with us. Your father is the only other soul that knows. Cornell cannot bear to see him suffer so. What ails you? I am fine. It will pass. Now, I suspect it was Mathinian that led you here. As you can see, he and his blood-bearers shall trouble the Holy See no more. Even as in self-imposed exile, you think of duty. But now that you have reclaimed Peregrine, there is no need for further deception. Come with us, back to Ishgard. Your family and your comrades have need of you. I'm sorry, but I cannot. I cannot return to Ishgard ever again. Why? What has happened to you? The Hustine I know would never forsake her people. She would never turn her back on her nation. Please understand, I wish with all my heart to return home, but I have no choice. They made her drink blood. I have partaken of dragon blood. When the heretics held me captive, they forced the vile substance down my throat. Alone have mercy. Then you... I have already turned. Were I to set foot in Ishgard, I would be charged with heresy, or of the worst order. If I alone must suffer, then so be it. But you know as well as I how the Inquisition works. Should I be declared a heretic, suspicion is like to fall upon my parents as well. I will not allow that to happen. Full well do I understand your plight, but what do you intend to do? You cannot mean to throw away your life? Perish the thought. I owe my life to my father. If I must die, it shall not be in vain. As Cornell has shown us, a dragoon needs no banners to do what is right, and I know full well what I must do. Upon my lance I swear to hunt down Grauli and end his reign of terror. Thank you, Cornell, for showing me the path I must walk, for helping me to accept my fate. I asked this of you once before, but I shall ask it again. Please take care of my comrades and my father. No matter how I searched, I could find no words to stop her. For now, let us return to the observatorium. As I made my way back, I recalled words Sistine once said to me. My worth is measured by the dragons I slay. To be changed into the very thing she has sworn to fight. I can only imagine the storm of turmoil that must rage within her. Yet cruel though her fate is, we must make the best of the hand we have been dealt, and I believe I spy an opportunity. In partaking of dragon blood, Hustine has come to harbor the power of dragons. If she can but master this power, she may well have a fighting chance against Grauli. It is not so different from harnessing the power of the eye, I believe. Alas, the danger of corruption is far greater. As you yourself have witnessed, dragon blood alters the flesh. And once the flesh is altered, the mind must soon follow. Will Estine be able to conquer the dragon that has roused within her? I know not. But we must believe in her and lend her our strength, else she will surely be lost to us. Pray resume your training once more, Cornell, and keep your purpose ever close to your heart. For when next we meet, it will be to confront the dragon Graoli. Granted by Chaos Thrust. Chaos Thrust. So it's another combo point that goes there. We're finally caught up on those. Are you ready to depart, sir? The airship bound for Camp Cloud Top will be leaving shortly.
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Sid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home. High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds, a frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost, within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, he came.
Hey, Nicole. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Awfully cold up here. I mean, Korthus may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain that strong, silent persona all the time, you know. Never mind. We need to find Lady Laniette? She is in charge of the garrison here. Oh, and when we find her, just follow my lead, yes? Excellent. Ooh, that's a long way down. I leveled up by discovering a place. Nice. Master Crits, welcome. I am Sir Laniette de Halnot, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and shall ever remain so. Were it not for you, my younger brother Francel would have been executed upon the word of a false inquisitor. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus have I been unable to seek you out. But by the grace of Halone, I have been granted with an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and call upon his generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again, my lady Laniette. You cut an elegant figure as always, steel-clad rose, equally at home on the battlefield or in a ballroom. Lord of Madeleine. If it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Master Crits. Oh, the poor dude. He likes her and she's only focused on talking to me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by the floating isles makes it ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us a ready target for attack. We are not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, as you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by indigenous beast tribes known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have had several skirmishes already. No beastman is a match for a man of Ishgard. Bring me a birdman and I'll show him a thing or two. I fear much and more may be asked of you in the days to come, Master Crits. While I understand Count Edmund's intentions, I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring that the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it far more likely that he will make a mess of things. Tell him that I would like him to keep watch for Dravinian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it is his responsibility to keep Madeline from shirking his duty. Oh, he looks so crestfallen. A request from Laniette? Why didn't she think to ask me in person? Surely she must see me standing here but a few yalms away. Oh, never mind. What is it? A mission? Yes, of course. That is why I am here. I shall do as my lady asks. Ah, Master Crits, I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honoroy, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Manolin. Lady Laniette would have me accompany Lord Manolin on his mission? Ah, I understand completely. I'll do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. Were he of another house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least more so than others. Or mayhap you are more skilled at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. I call you item. Oh. Okay. Now that Madeline is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as our struggles with the Vanu Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our people for half a year, until suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes towards us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on supplies flown in from Ishgard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Morel. She could use your assistance. And I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Master Crits, I presume, Lady Laniette, told me you were coming. I hear tell you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol and you're sure to cross paths with them eventually. The Birdmen are native to the floating isles. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ixal, unless the Ixal's mother was a Gigas. Here, let me mark several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in these areas, kill or drive them away. 15 stream streak. Look at you rocking it, Thunder. Oof. Okay, that is way down. I thought I was going to fall for a second. How you feeling today, bud? Good. You steel yourself for a mighty struggle, yet find no Vanu lying in wait. How was your night out the other night? Nice. Did you end up seeing a movie too? Finished with your patrol? Anything to report? Maybe it was too much to hope for a day without a skirmish. At least I can take solace in the fact that Halone has blessed us with a mighty ally. Excepting your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful. To the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted Protector, is in perpetual state of needing repairs. So even were the Holy See to come under Dravanian attack, we would be unable to fly to their aid. Simply put, Master Crits, this is where ambition comes to die. If you haven't aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. However, I would like to think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'd indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their fighting spirit. Psych them up, you might say. Hello, old boy. Slain by any Vanu champions yet? No? Oh well, let me know when you have, so I can make myself presentable for the... Is it an attack? What should we do? What should we do? You had me fooled there for a moment, old boy. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am to the monotony of mere sentry duty, yet still you tempt me with the promise of excitement. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. Lady Laniette will give me a grand mission as befits my station. Oh, you reckless fool. No? Okay. Well, I'm glad you had a good time out, and I hope the sushi was really yummy. You're looking rather grim. Why so serious? The Vanu are no real threat, and the Dravanians couldn't give a fig about us. Ye gods, where did that come from? Fine, if you insist, I will make an effort to be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We're hundreds of miles away from the front lines, which is just the way I like it. Thank you very much. All right, Serene. We'll see you in a few. Is there anything fluffier than a cloud? Whoa, what is it? Is it the Horde? By the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake, worry not. After the shock you just gave me, I doubt I'll sleep for a fortnight. Many thanks, Master Crits. Already I can see a change in our sentry's behavior. Beg your pardon, Lord Emmeline said what? Well, I have no doubt that Lady Lynette will do her utmost to oblige him. I'm doing good, Mini-Me. How are you today, buddy? Lord Emmeline is going to demand a more dangerous duty, then I expect Lady Lynette will want you to accompany him. You might as well speak with her sooner rather than later. There's no use avoiding the inevitable. Master Crits, Lord Emmeline has just informed me that mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany. Well, there's nothing for it but to give him something more demanding, then. Can I count on you to keep him safe? Excellent. We are in constant need of fresh water in Camp Cloudtop, as there are no underground sources we can tap with wells. However, there is a unique variety of crystal we have recently discovered which may enable us to obtain water through other means. These spring crystals can be found in Vorsian Saran, to the east of here. I would have you and Emmeline bring one back to us. You may have to contend with the feral beasts which populate the lakes, not to mention Vanu scouts ranging from their nearby settlement. Of course, that all pales in comparison to keeping the young lord entertained, but you have doubtless grown accustomed to that by now. Good luck, and be safe. Domino. No. Took Theo Rudy somewhere. Lady Lynette told you to tell me about my mission once again? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is it? Finally, it's about time she entrusted me with a mission of real import. Right then, let's go, let's go. Nice. Alright, 1 second. I'm going to see what my Thea needs, and I'm going to refill my drink. All right, I'm back. It's cute. My Thea was saying that she wishes I could have that Domino wasn't fixed, so I could have bred him and she could have had one of the puppies. So this is Vorsayan Saran of legend, and Neria Vanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. I know. Why don't you and I make it a competition? Whoever finds the superior specimen wins. Honoroy shall judge our entries on size, purity, and say etheric sensibilities. Let us begin at once. You have a doctor's appointment today? I hope it goes well. Hopefully they start, working on trying to make some progress for you. This water crystal does not appear to exhibit the properties described by Lady Laniette. Perhaps you should inspect another. This water crystal does not appear to exhibit properties. Gotta be careful. Could take a jump and fall into the abyss. Not the right kind. Piece of green to stay stream wire. Perhaps it is the spring crystal Lady Lynette seeks. Found it! I gotta head back to the others. Ah, Master Crits, have you brought your entry for the contest? My understanding of such things is limited, but can this truly be used to draw moisture from air like water from a pump? Fascinating. But Emmeline has been gone an awfully long time. Did you perchance see him while you were searching for your crystal? Even he must realize the dangers of wandering too far in such a place. Mayhap I am worrying about nothing, but I must ask that you assist me in looking for him, Master Crits. We shall find him more quickly if we split up. Pray, search the southeastern area of Vorsan, Sarang, as swiftly as you are able, and rendezvous with me in the north. Farewell and good luck. You survey the surrounding area for a time, but see no sign of Emmeline. Master Crits, Lord Emmeline. Lord Emmeline has been taken by the Vanu. They have my lord surrounded, a whole gang of them. Please, you must come quickly. The Vanu must have taken him to that village. Mayhap to present them to their chieftain? I will make haste to Rose's house and tell Lady Laniette what has happened. Yet by the time I return with aid, it may be already too late. Forgive me for asking, Master Crits, but should you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries and rescue Lord Emmeline in my absence, I beg you to take it. I know he can be a trifle presumptuous and insensitive and, well, insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. By the fear, you're not going to eat me, are you? That's not what you... Cornell, I'm over here! Netherlings come to free prisoners, spread word. Phew. That was thoroughly unpleasant. Netherlings slink away like guileful guile cats. Oh, he's rallying his warriors. Oh boy, it's an escort mission. House of Funk. Is that you? Thank heavens. Get us out of here. Keep Emmeline safe, Cornell. We'll hold them off. Come on, Emmeline, start running. Talk to you later, Thunder.
Reinforcements. Anger of Honu, chief of mighty Vondo, royals like blackest storm clouds. Offer netherlings to the white. Cloud sea swells and he comes. The white, mighty Bismarck, lord of the mists! A flying whale? By the fury, it's a primal! We must away.
Of course, there's a new primal for me to contend with.
Bloody typical. All right, we're going in.
Aye, aye, Chief.
All aboard!
All right, Sid made it. And he has a new getup. Gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though. It's not as if you haven't done the same for us on a few previous occasions. All right, more than a few. 'Twas but blind chance that brought us together this time. In case you were wondering, the Holy See has petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with this creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently, they just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Camp Cloudtop to cast an eye over the ship, only to learn that you had arrived some few days before with an Ishgardian lordling in tow. Small world, I thought, just as said lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master having been captured, and you risking all to rescue him. And the rest, as they say, is history. Right. Well, I hate to cut short our reunion, but I am here on business after all, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, old friend. We'll speak again soon. I promise. Very well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I could very well have died, Me, dead! On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal, and that, old boy, is no small feat. I have made a historic discovery, and a fact even Lady Laniette will have no choice but to acknowledge. Yes! I am rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, isn't it time we made our triumphant return? I mean, my triumphant return from saving your ass. Wow. Praise Helone, I feared the worst. What happened out there? Primal, are you sure? Yet, no, now that I think on it, this Bismarck is reminiscent of the white whale of Vanu legend, a massive creature said to swim in the sea of clouds. From what I have learned of comparable summonings, the presence of the Vanu's god would certainly explain the sudden change in their behavior toward the people of Camp Cloudtop. Ah, you mean to say that they have fallen under the primal's influence? I recall reading of such things in the documents provided by Master Alphino. Are we forgetting something important, Lady Laniette? A little recognition for the hero of the hour? A few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on? Why, yes, you are right, of course. Master Crits deserves all that and more for having risked his life to rescue such an esteemed personage. Well, if there is naught else to discuss, I would depart for Ishgard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of this new threat without delay. But of course, Master Crits, you have done more than enough here. Pray, return to Ishgard with Lord Hostful, and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it then? No more forays into enemy territory? Very well, I can see my services are no longer needed. Take care, Lady Laniette. May our next meeting take place under more felicitous circumstances. All's well that ends well, eh? To the airship landing, then. We can speak on the journey home. I confess I have always been rather fond of airship travel. The chill of the wind upon your face, the warmth of the blood pumping in your veins from the excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it is simply the joy of having cheated death yet again. In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Emmerich of all that has occurred. Emmeline should have returned to the manor by now. Why not go and see if he has recovered from his ordeal? Welcome, Master Crits. Shall I show you inside the manor? Oh, it's you, Cornell. Gods, did he have to strike me so hard? Father, he did not approve of how I handled matters in Camp Cloudtop, how I endangered the lives of others through my own recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing the hero, is it? Oh, he's the dramatic one, isn't he? Ah, Master Crits, my lord, the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord Artiel and Lord Madeleine. If you would remain here for a moment.
The hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Manolaine's life.
Madeleine.
He told me everything. I've also received letters from both House Zamail and Durandare praising your conduct, and that of House Forton. You've won us much honor, my friend.
My lord.
What is it? Speak.
Pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings. Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
What? Explain.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries. Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain elements. 'Twas this which prompted a Knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
Sir Grinno is a brute. An exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Zamail. How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will never be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes, even as we celebrate them. 'Tis like that one such member of House... how the hell do you pronounce Zamel is manipulating Sir Grinno, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. You may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I am quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us not if we cannot prove their innocence. You would do well to speak with Sir Emmerich at the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. Before I do that, though, I'm going to go do my Dragoon quest, my level 61. Cornell, the hour of reckoning is at hand. Growly is on the move once more. According to our astrologians, the creature shall soon pass near the dreaming dragon in the Western Highlands. Hastine, too, will be aware of this, and she will seek to confront her nemesis. We must go to her aid. Now, 'twould not do if she were to be seen by her comrades at this juncture. As such, I will assure the congregation that you have the situation in hand. By the same token, however, this means we will receive no support from the Dragoons. We must fight this battle alone. But without further ado, let us be on our way. Pray, see to your preparations, and then meet me at the convictory. Actually, do I have any chests that need opened? No. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I do need to clean out inventory space soon. So, what else is everyone else up to today? Oh, I see a new avatar on the field. Who has the awesome looking Zidane? Or we did have an awesome looking Zidane. Oh, there, the Zidaiden's back. Spoken with the people here, a woman fitting Hustine's description has been sighted nearby. She was headed north, they say, a lance in her hand and a trail of dead heretics in her wake, remnants of the blood-bearers, it would seem. Sir Alberic has told me all. It matters not what my daughter has become. I am resolved to bring her home. I beg of you, please, help her through the coming trial. Let us split up, the quicker to find Hustine. Lord Montagrain shall come with me. Master Cornell? Fierce battle took place here recently. A solitary set of footprints leads to the north. Set to the west. So you have come. Behold then the malign face of my torment, Graoli. Gives me heart to know that the Azure Dragoon stands with me against my nemesis. The craving grows stronger by the day, but I shall not succumb to it. Nay, I shall be no dragon's thrall. I failed in my duty before, I shan't fail again. Today I shall claim Graoli's head. Crap. Screwed up my combo. That was... hey, Andy, hug attack. That was a close shave. Got him. Doing good, hon. How are you? Waiting for the day to be done? Hopefully you don't have much longer. I did it. I resisted the dragon within and fulfilled my duty. I could not have done it without you, Cornell. Verily, you are the paragon towards which I aspire. If I am to be like you, I must learn to harness greater power without being consumed by it. With this battle won, I have a new purpose. I shall conquer the lure of the dragon blood and purge every last drop of it from the land. Estine, thank the Fury you are safe. Father, why are you here? I have come to bring you home. Your mother and I cannot bear to lose you again. Would that I could return, Father, but I cannot. I have partaken of dragon blood and turned. In the eyes of the Inquisition, I am no better than a heretic. I cannot allow you to be associated with me. You needn't worry. This shall remain a secret between the four of us. No, the risk is too great. Even now, 'tis all I can do to suppress my thirst for dragon blood. Since the day I said my vows, I strove to become the Azure Dragoon. Failing that, I strove to be as near to it as I could. Finally, I had the power I longed for, but it renders me an enemy to mine own kind. Accursed dragons. How many of ours have you claimed with your foul blood? Hear me, Estine. Not once have you yielded to fate, and you mustn't yield to it now. The road ahead will be fraught with hardships. This I do not doubt. But I have faith that you will overcome them and all and return to us. Thank you, Father. Your faith in me lends me strength. However long it takes, I shall conquer the lure of dragon blood to stand before you once more. Till that day, I shall roam the land and smite our foes with their own power. This I swear upon my forefathers' lance. Oh, new armor coffer. Nice. This concludes the Dragoon quest for Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have completed the main scenario quest to the far edge of fate. Once you have done so, the next Dragoon quest will be available from Albric. All right, let us continue. Oh, wrong direction. It has been too long, Cornell. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Alphino and Mistress Tataro, I take it? Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I know not which is more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. That Sir Greneaux's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult, however, as he is a knight of the Heavensward. I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop, the 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice it to say, their testimony is unimpeachable, and I have not the authority to challenge their actions. After all the Scions have done, routing the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us to defend the steps of faith and drive back the Dravanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there is but one path left to us. We must demand trial by combat. But of course, in a trial by combat sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishgardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused in this instance. Master Alphino and Mistress Tataro would be expected to face Sir Greneaux and a second of his choosing, another knight of the Heavensward most like. Two of them, by the Fury, that can't hardly be considered fair. Master Alphino's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, meaning that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Tataro, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill, and should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I am sure is Lord Halfon. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in the realm at large. Then it is settled. I will visit Master Alphino at once and inform him of our intentions. Cornell, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend. You have attuned yourself to all Aether in Ishgard. The gates of judgment are now accessible as an Aethernet destination. Nice. Listen carefully, Cornell. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Once the high educator acknowledges Mistress Tatro's right to name a champion, that is when you must make your entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Greneaux's face when he sees his true opponent. It will be priceless. More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands, and I shall cheer so loud you will wonder how you could ever have contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready?
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward. Sir Greneaux, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I, Sir Greneaux de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear witness to these 2 foreigners consorting with heretics.
Let the accused step forward. Alphino Leveilleur, Taru, you have heard the charges leveled against you. Will you take up arms to refute Sir Greneaux's claim, and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alphino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge, and claim my right to trial by combat.
I, Taru, am innocent of this charge. But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So, I claim the right to name a champion.
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
Just as I was beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishgardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked.
Let's go. Got him. I mean, we won. The Fury has spoken. Alphino Levier and Tataro Taru, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners, accused, go forth in peace. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always. By the Fury, what a splendid victory. To see how you strove in the face of adversity, two brave young souls bound together by the pursuant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the very depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present you with a humble token of mine admiration. Pray, receive of me this chocobo whistle. With it, you may summon a black chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you, Cornell? Will you take her for your steed? Lord Hustful, chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Your steed must remain outside. Aether Currents now accessible. Collection expanded. Aether Compass acquired. Blah, blah, blah. You have attained a black chocobo. When riding this mount, you will have the ability to fly, provided certain conditions have been met. To fly in a given region, you must first find and attune to all the local aether currents. In order to attune to some aether currents, you will need to complete certain quests. However, most can be discovered via exploration. To aid you in this endeavor, you have also obtained an aether compass, which will provide you with both the bearing and the distance to the nearest aether current upon use. The aether compass can be found under Collection in the Duties section of the main menu. To review your progress, select Travel from the main menu, followed by Aether Currents. Nice, all new Dragoon armor. And it looks pretty cool too. Black chocobos are all well and good, but the true reward for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray return to Fortome Manor. The Count has done so already, and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. Welcome, Master Crits. Shall I show you inside the manor? Halone smiles on us yet again, Master Crits, guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I confess I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. Besting 2 of the Heavensward, while the city's elite looked on. By the Fury, anyone who hasn't been paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. My lord, we have just received a message from the vault. His Eminence, the Archbishop, requests the presence of Master Crits. An invitation from the Archbishop. What an honor. A personal summons is indeed a great honor, and given recent events, you would be wise not to delay. Go, Master Crits. We shall speak anon. A priest will be waiting for you outside the vault. Identify yourself to him, and he will escort you inside. We are honored to receive you, Master Crits. This way, please.
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise. I am Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, and I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies. You will forgive me for not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate, but as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me. But I digress. Your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information. Sir Grino has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
An unfortunate misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishgard, but one which should never have occurred. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain. That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
Your Eminence, As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
Privacy is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now, tell me, young man, what do you know of the Asians? Much and more, I shouldn't wonder, being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them, have entertained them as guests, even. Those harbingers of chaos and strife offered us power, that we might continue our war against the dragons. I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course, nor less of being their puppet. Yet, were I to refuse them outright, I should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them. Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict.
He's shrewd. And cunning
And
for an
why
old
do I tell
codger.
this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the Warrior of Light. If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must need work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace.
Oops. Interesting. Welcome, Master Crits. Shall I show you inside the manor?
There you are. I confess, I was more than a little concerned when I learned that you had been summoned to the vault. What did they want with you? Well, well. A formal apology and an admonishment of those responsible. I see my fears were wholly misplaced. By the gods! The Archbishop freely admits to consorting with Ascians. So, their ambitions extend to Ishgard as well. We will have new primals to contend with ere long, of that you may be certain. 'Tis but a matter of time. Yet shorn of the support of our missing allies, what can we realistically hope to achieve?
In the midst of all the excitement, I completely forgot to tell you. When I was asking around about the Scions, I heard the most awful rumor. General Rauburn is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate!
If the Flame General dies, we will lose a staunch ally, and the one man capable of holding the Sultana's assassins to account. Lord Orchiphon was wise to counsel restraint, but this business will brook no delay. We cannot permit this execution to take place. We must save Rauburn.
Yes, we do. All right, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Though the situation calls for urgency, it would avail us little to charge headlong into Ul'dah without a plan. Before we can formulate a plan, however, we must first learn how things stand in the Sultanate, which is why I propose that we visit Limsa. Aye, you heard me right. While you were about your altruistic endeavors, I acted as an intermediary in trade negotiations between House Fortome and the Limsa Consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to the Admiral presented itself, and I duly seized it. I'm happy to report that we yet have a stout ally in Limsa. The Admiral has pledged her full cooperation in any effort to rescue Raban. Accordingly, I have agreed to meet with her, that we might discuss how best to proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Your presence never fails to embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa, make yourself known to Sergeant Xanthil at the Bulwark Hall. On the lower decks, he will admit you to the bridge. The Admiral has been expecting you. Say the word, and I will take you to her.
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See, but full glad was I to learn that you had.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect. When we fled Ul'dah, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Alphino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seed Seer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found. Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen. There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seedseer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana. There, she revealed her intent to announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Ul'dah Republic.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seedseer and I to lend Rauban a helping hand, you see? To aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication. Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never knowingly... Ah, could it be? I dare not hope.
The Ul'dah authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing.
To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news, or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Raoban is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long. Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath, and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wished to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Raoban had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location. Queerly, 'twas not the brass blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
The Crystal Braves.
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain.
Hi, Hana.
At any rate, if we're to rescue Raoban,
Forehead
we'll have to
flick
find him
for the
first.
bite.
And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
Raoban's survival is vital to Eorzean alliance. We can ill afford to lose him. But I cannot send troops into Uldar. It would spell the end of the alliance and war like as not. If there is to be a rescue, it falls to you and yours to attempt it. I would not have it any other way, Admiral. It was I who founded the Crystal Braves, and I who must take responsibility for their actions. How are you today? Spoken like a true leader, Master Alphino. By way of a first step, you should seek out our Doman contact. You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll, working in a kitchen. Aw, I'm doing all right. Master Cornell, I knew in my heart you were safe, but to see you again in the flesh, words cannot well express my relief. Even as the victory feast was taking place, the Crystal Braves turned upon us and took the Rising Stones by force. Amid the chaos, some few of my compatriots and I were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we have remained in Revenant's Toll, keeping watch over the mutineers while awaiting your return. You have done well by us, and we Domans do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all within our power to aid you. Yes, you may. Igidi is eager. Shortly before you arrived, I received word from Limsa Laminsa that you were searching for General Raoban. As the Admiral will have informed you, he was recently moved from his cell in the Arasaja pit. At the same juncture, Yuhase and the 3rd Unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. This could be no simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the Flame General to the scene of his execution. Suffice it to say, we have people shadowing the 3rd. If you would join The hunt, pray seek out Dwyer at Highbridge, where I too am bound. I have been expecting you. Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. Eorzea and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe that this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Hosen is presently keeping watch over the entrance. Let us make haste and join him. I have to say, the graphical difference between having Shadowbringer and upgrading to Endwalker, thanks to it being gifted, is amazing. Everything's sharper and just better quality textures. It really looks good. Come at a good time, my friends, but moments ago the traitor Ilberd arrived and entered Halatali. From this, we may be certain that General Raban is being held within. Oh, a ring. Nice. There is no time to lose. General Alding may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please see to your preparations and tell me when you are ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. She is such a pretty character.
Pray, forgive me my lateness.
Lady Ugiri!
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Uh-oh.
Ah, yes.
You can message it to me anytime.
I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to record it. For a time, I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have since refound my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts. Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information. Pray, forgive us.
You need not apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Ralban is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the three of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Dwyer and Higiri with you. With me!
Ah, I see. Not a soul from the Colosseum to be seen. This bodes ill. Take the lead, Cornell. I shall follow close upon you. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. You two love getting each other in trouble. The general, but where are his captors? You came. Yeah, fair. He is bound by some manner of magitech device, yet I dare not force it open. It may well be booby-trapped. I have heard of such devices. The Crystal Braves will possess the key. Let us split up and look for it. That will not be necessary. Pray, do not take it personally, my friends. You are victims of harsh economic conditions. Happily, you will not suffer for long. This poison will convey you swiftly into the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you after the passing of many prosperous years. Mist remains. We must stop it at the source. Tend to the general. Pray, see to the mist and the key. The Braves have the key. There's the source of the mist. That takes care of the mist. Next, to find the key and free Raban. Oh, there it is. Identification key. Take it to Raban. Wrong way. True. It is fun to fluster. My thanks. Slowly, General. You are yet weak from your ordeal. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. Should have known. What are clever contrivances to the warrior of light. Well done, hero. Gilbert. You mean to struggle on, then? Very well. If you would stand in my way, I will cut you down like all the rest. Come, scions, let's get this over with.
tear you limb from limb.
Got him.
This changes nothing.
It is over, Ilberd. Lay down your arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite. If you think you fight for justice, lad, you'd best wake up. The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used? By the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves? They none of them care a whit what you want. Only what you can do for them. And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland. And I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing. If we ourselves are not free, free to think and to act, how are we ever to reclaim our homeland? Know this. There is nothing I would not give to take back Alamigo. Nothing!
You'll not get away!
No, Master Alphino. Now is not the time.
I'm but a cripple and a fool. And still you came for me. I'm in your debt.
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lad. Know this, Ilberd.
My, on a...
Give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware
You're at work, too.
Rito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
As did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
What?
Behave at
How
work.
can that be?
Forgive me, friends, but it is not safe here. Let us continue this conversation without.
General is safe. What news without? My lady, the guards have been subdued as per your command. We have since kept watch over the entrance. There has been no further activity. The no-bird and his minions have fled via some other egress. Scour the perimeter for signs of their passing. At once, my lady. General Aldine, I presume, and the scions of the Seventh Dawn? Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray, do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend. I come bearing a message of goodwill. For your own safety, she bade me direct your steps to the Waking Sands. Know that Master Rangier awaits you there, along with others sympathetic to your cause. This is no ruse, I assure you, General Aldine. If you will come with me, I have prepared a carriage that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. I have spoken with Rangier via link pearl. He confirms the man's story. Rauban is in safe hands. Let us make our own way to Vesper Bay. Haven't been back there in a while.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
Father!
Pippin, my son, and Master Papashan besides.
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
You.
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthor, and member of the Syndicate.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young man, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji. 'Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends. He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
she lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Some manner of sedative, perchance, of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Were I to guess, I would say her grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo. I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck her grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana. I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information and arranged this gathering. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace, and take your place at her side once more, for her sake and that of our nation.
I had not counted on Prioress Dulala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more precedent. Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Raoban, we have taken a vital first step toward resolving matters in Ul'dah. We couldn't have done it without you, Cornell. Thank you. Tataro, yes, General Raoban is now in safe hands. What? Another assault? Very well, we shall return at once. Pray notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I'm loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Dulala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Taropin and the others to investigate, and return with all haste to Ishgard. Alright, I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Raban short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumors of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Halfon was desperate to get a hold of you, speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you'd better head in. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. Alacrity? No. As I am sure you are now aware, the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Master Crits, Master Levier, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Totaro contact you by the most direct means available. When the observatorium's bells toll, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. But I will not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. I cannot ensure your safety here. I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Thank you, Hana. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a chance to remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I will not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. Though we flee to the ends of the world, it would seem that no place in this troubled age is free from strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her wary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from this storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Cornell? And fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Totaro should have a say. Come, let us meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
We have chosen a difficult road, yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Totoro, I would ask that you remain at Fortolme Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the Scions of Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. You would speak with the Lord Commander? Pray, make it quick.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the Sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit, the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Having secured Sir Emmerich's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as the horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you are ready, Estinian, let us be about our task.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thor.
Before we set forth, we must needs inform Totoro of our plans. And I shall await you at St. Rene's Forum. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Come, Cornell, let us head back to Fortune Manor. Our course is set, Totoro. It may be some time before Cornell and I return to Ishgard. Well, just you be careful, alright? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it is you, Totoro. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alphino. I made it specially. No, I couldn't possibly... Very well. By the 12, it fits perfectly, and the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Totoro. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. That's the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up on all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. You have said your farewells, then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Isael's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was last encountered, the Corthus Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redwold, was it, as the commander of Falcon's Nest? It is like that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. Well, well, Master Crits, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon, I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Alvin Olivier at your service, and you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwold. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravonians gather for another assault. We believe that there may be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus have we come to Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence of the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would best be served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gorgain Mills. 'Tis possible they have unearthed information that would be of use to you. Master Crits knows well the place I speak of, for it was he who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol, while you two visit the refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there. A wise use of our time. Come, Cornell. I am eager to learn what Sir Redwold's men have found in the heretic's lair. Bum, 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 bum. Master Crits, our findings, you say? Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. 'Twould seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements, so let us deal with these pets ourselves, Cornell. The beasts are slain, then? My thanks, Master Crits. We may return to our duty without fear of mauling. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart, is that not so? The records we discovered are those beasts mauled my comrades appear to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw. But I'd wager those epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. 'Tis hardly a choice at all. Have you recovered much of the heretics' correspondence? Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Levier and Sir Estinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. Hi, Riku. How have you been? What have we here, then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgonan Mills heretics and their fellows in the Afa Amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Nope, you're good. You're good. How you been, Joel? The Ak-Apha Amphitheater, the very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed. Then we must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbrita succeeded in recreating the Ak-Apha beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant Aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgon Mills seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the Aetherite within a snow cloak without delay. Good, I'm glad to hear it. Okay. Correct me if I am wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the snow cloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the Aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandir posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Nice. Excellent. Get that room clean and get live. You're going to kick butt on your stream, I know it. Good. Fair enough. I know you're going to still rock your stream, though. Because you're awesome like that. Ah, the guests of House Fortome, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. Can I imagine what brought you out this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the Ak-Apha beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Good. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Dogs of Ishgard, it is not enough that you banish our beloved saint. Will you now be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. Do you think as fool's boy, it will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust? You walk with the Dragon Slayer. We know all too well what he is capable of. Your reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. Nice. Yeah, I heard about that mess. I bet that is a bit funny. They fight like demons, to his death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian? I suspect it's the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death, and forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of Holy See sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of gray. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. Fascinating tale. We should make haste to this ashen isle. The Dreaming Dragon Isle lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there is another place I would first visit. I am told the convictors have set up camp in the Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantilo, may have information of use to us. But mayhap you are not familiar with that name either. The convictors are dragon slayers after a fashion, but I am willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these convictors, then, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. What are you going to be doing on your live tonight, Joel? Nice. Well, well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lad looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. Give you 3 days here in the wilds. Claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance, the Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp? Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Gentilot, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. I ask, what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? Ah, Lady Ishgard, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you, we shall. Cornell, Estinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray, speak with as many as you can, Cornell. Yay! Okay. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Wickmal, Veramont, and Bertinant that wanders in and out of camp? Yes, much easier now. Are there any heretics in the area? I have not the faintest idea of why a heretic could pass under my very nose, and I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear fellow, the big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. They're a bit single-minded to not pay attention to their surrounds. Looking for heretics, you say, Why don't you go and bother Pericu or someone? I have enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. 'Tis no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wilds. Something I can help you with, my lord? Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We would be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we have gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please, my lord, I am Pericu, a soldier by trade, though not much of one. If I'm honest, if it weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the conspiracy. No, it was by order of Sir Gentilot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of low-born lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it all is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretic's tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks. Apparently, send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then I am minded to start a fire. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also describes in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged deep violet. You are a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Cornell? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Master Alphino, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. It will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. Those are big yaks. Aw, cute. Give it a snuggle and all the love. Good. would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphino. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need?
Ah, I should have known it would be you. Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent.
Oh no.
Now, tell me why you are here. So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress. 'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That...
Nope, Shiva.
While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm, Hraesvelgar, in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Hraesvelgar, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Hraesvelgar ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes, and 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Good gods!
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him.
All good, Hana.
Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Is aught amiss, my friend? I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Use the restrooms. We'll be right back. Oh my, is she wanting to play, or what's going on with her? Yes, you are Cornelius. Pray, address me as Eorzea, if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Dragonsong then? She does it when she can't see me, then she's happy when she sees me. Aww. The chill of the Western Islands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of Dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes.
That is adorable. We now stand on the threshold of Dragonsong. The path to Som-Al will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It will be a long and demanding journey, and I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead, and see that we are properly provisioned. There is a village here, but I thought these lands the sole domain of Dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos, Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Rissachon, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections. Only to this ceaseless chatter, we are to meet this acquaintance of yours. Let us do it before Ishgard burns. Yum, sushi! Welcome back, Thunder. How was your appointment? Tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Good, you guess? It was hopefully a plan was formed, right? Oh, if it ain't the lovely Isel. It's been too long, girl. That it has, Marissa Chomp. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Sumal. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course. Of course. Stay as long as you like, in fact. I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I am not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Sil not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering callum trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, it won't stop you sail here, but dragons ain't the only things you need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, huh? Well, I'll tell you. The bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalocrab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Nath's home territory. It would seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here in Dravania? Aye, 'twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Sfrilgar. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of this majestic worm, nor the vision of the past that his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Marsachamp found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees, and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. If I interrupted you, you were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile indeed. We were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed then. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. Instead, we make straight for Somal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Samal, shall we? He's impatient. Sorry, just cleaning up my inventory. That's going to take too long. I'll take care of that later. Oh, what cosplay are you wanting her to do with you? Okay. Should we chance to meet Marchomp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us about to expect the Nath, I doubt I would be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian, the style is not quite identical, but betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. This structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim this is evidence of our harmonious past? I know, sushi does sound amazing. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool. How desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Cornell, pray reason with these two. Quiet, lest you forget our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Cornell's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have me keep my counsel until Cornell's visions confirm the truth? Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hesfrelgar will likely provide the catalyst Cornell's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. Spy you the three great towers to the west? Ishgardians know them as Enix Shrine. The place serves as a roost for Hesfrelgar's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Somal, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. One who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. 'Tis as I feared, the road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Marsham didn't exaggerate, then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though that my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save for the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. Awesome. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. 'Twas to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. It cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the warrior of light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then.
Vidofnir!
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Oh, wow.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Reisfelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? "'Tis beyond thee, mortal, but thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught."
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
You know what else sounds good right now besides sushi? Boba. So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rust. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning the primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further my own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough! Enough, I say! The Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the Aether. We must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies, you are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Marchunk. He knows more of the Nath than their culture than most. Boba is really good. Oh, back already, are we? Ah, I meant the Nath, did you? And what is it you'd like to... Summon a primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about Nath's religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, they never seemed much point at asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here, outcast from the main tribe. From what I understand, I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you give them the right incentives. Sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two, but seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of lantrip nectar, a basket of Kaloum tree fruit, and always a Nath favorite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. She'll gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest giants should present a little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar with Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big chunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you've got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map for you. You've been most kind, Master Marschan. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nunca egg. I really do have to go all the way around. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Or do I? I do. Pho? Pho is a Vietnamese bone broth soup. Traditionally, it's served with the just the broth with all the ingredients on the side. And what you're supposed to do, because it's served extremely hot, is you take the ingredients and put it into the broth, and it cooks right there in front of you. And then you eat it. It's kind of a Vietnamese version of what here in America we do with chicken noodle soup. It's really good. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Ysael's help. Do you have the nunca meat? Tell your mom I say hi. Splendid. I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. Good. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Landtrap nectar, callum tree fruit, and nonka flesh. What delectable foods you have brought us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come, it's not far. If my memory is not incorrect, I believe, Joel, you have a birthday coming up, right? Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Voth. We are non-mind. I thought so. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are Voth, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Noth's god, the one mind summoned into our midst. The one mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are one, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Okay. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east. Bleeding and weak, it fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear, spell, and musket the dragon was slain. It was likely one that fled battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for finishing the job. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The one mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the Overmind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The one mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the reward for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much. But you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a scion of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the warrior light to his death? No, The other right of it, Stinian. 'Twould seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray, forgive me, Cornell. I do not fear my duty. Wait, Cornell need not face this foe alone. Like him, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Alright, have fun, Joel. Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters, we know not where this god resides, or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it happens. Stinian makes a valid point, lest us speak with the Voth and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. And this, at least... Oh, okay. Secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. Oh? We are Vath. We are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our God, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. You wish to meet our God? Offer yourself as a sacrifice, and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. Oh no. You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Voth to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nanka flesh, yes. The meat of a young Nanka would make a fine repast. bum, 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 bum. We Vath do enjoy our Nanka flesh. Have you been out hunting yet? Another gift for the Vath? So unexpected. Yes. You will have more than words, you strange hunters hunger for. Now listen now. The senses of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single Nath and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. The Vath are wont to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of their fundamentals. To understand, the king-like overmind sits at the center of the Nath society. It's... yeah, do it. And its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it is by their combined will that the primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. Sonic thrust learned, huh? Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is that you propose. Like what, Hana? You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Cornell? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a man to err on the side of caution. Would that I could fight at your side, Warrior of Light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. Then it is settled. Cornell, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance of the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, then allow them to take us prisoner. What was I? Oh yeah, I learned a new skill. Actions and traits. Sonic thrust. Doom spike. Which is here. Alright. So it's another AoE. Looks like it. Cute, actually. All right, Joel, have fun. Intruders, your lives are forfeit. The Overmind must by now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. They were a bit too loud for me since they were less than 5 feet from me and laughing extremely loud. Not as bad as when they were down the hall, though. I think TSA stopped them since not long after they passed where I work. The laughing stopped and I work in a shop less than 30 feet from the TSA security screen. Gotcha. Well, hopefully they're just having a good time heading out on their trip. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. Alright. Be right back. Restaurant. Alright, I'm back. You are prepared then? Hold here, Cornell. When next the Nath come, we offer no resistance. Surrender, intruders. There is no escape. Enough, we surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your God. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. What I know of summoning rituals holds true. I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? Imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. You are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused.
Now we have but to wait.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
It's like a Guyver almost.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Natlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely.
Oops.
Mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight. Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
That's a different Shiva form.
What is this? A god clad in flesh?
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven? A warrior, then? Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
So we have about a 5-minute wait. Welcome in everybody who's just joining. How are you today? We're in queue for fighting Ravana. What's everyone up to? Hey, now you're sleepy? Aw, well rest. You're fine. Take your time to wake up there, Flower.
glory of combat! Does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor? I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
Beat him.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Ever since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power. Never from afar till this day. You were a marvel to behold, Cornell. Well, it is time we rejoined our companions. They will be eager to hear the tale and to continue our journey. Cornell, Lady Yasal, take the 12. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. You're quite certain he will keep his word? There was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle I must attribute to Cornell. Never did I doubt you wore your light, and like some, you were gone so long that Master Alphino here nigh lost his wits with worry, fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was. Justinian, was that truly necessary? Not truly necessary, but certainly true. matters is the primal is banished and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Breidofenir without delay. Lest you forget, that was but a means to secure an audience with the worm Frogger. Needhog's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. One second, guys. I need to get something. Shall we be on our way to Annex Shrine then? I would not have the dragons think that we have forgotten our bargain. When I was there. Now we're registered to it. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the mouth? 1 second, Domino's barking. Nay, my friend, we return triumphant. By Cornell's hand was the beastman's god, Lord Ravana, laid low. In his overconfidence, the primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat. A promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. The deity is slain, then? How didst thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attend me, mortals. Hear you unto the deepest reaches of morn, and there shall you find Halo, the altar. Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Sam'al. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possesses sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vito Fenir. Memory serves, the Caverns of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. Thank you, Benda. Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Som Al's summit for thee and thy companions. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as holy ground and resting place both where you, the minions of Nidhogg, during the ascent. For 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofenir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Stimulant? The way is open, let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Teoman herself is said to guard this peak. Do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher. Need I remind you that we are come to parley of peace. Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture. And 'tis for their sake that I go now to speak with Hrisfralgr. But I said nothing of Teoman. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as Azure Dragoon. We are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Hrisfralgr, our path leads up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Alright, and that's where I'm going to end it for today, guys. So let me find someone to raid. And we're going to raid Fireheart. He's playing Final Fantasy X, actually. So, say hi, make some noise when you get over there. Follow him if you don't yet. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.